Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Noong 2016, tinanggap natin ang hamon na baguhin ang tingin ng mga tao sa mga motorcycle taxis. At sa ating pagsisikap, nakabuo tayo ng isang matatag na komunidad na patuloy na lumalawak at lumalago hanggang sa ngayon. Higit sa lahat, nabigyan natin ng trabaho at oportunidad ang libo-libong motorcycle riders sa Pilipinas.
Malaki ang natulong sa akin ng hanap buhay na angkas. Wala naman akong sariling motorsiklo. Kabili ko yung pangarap kong motorsiklo. Tapos isa pa yung napagawa ko rin yung bahay ko.
Napakaganda ng serbisyo niya. Tapos gumita ako dito ng sapat na higit pa sa inaakala ko.
Kaya malaking tulong na po yung kagaya sa akin na meron pong binubuhay na 2 anak.
Nag-decide na ako na patigilin si Mrs. para makafocus doon sa mga bata. Kung gumanda na po yung kita namin. Sa habala, wala pang insurance yan.
Hindi naging madali ang daan. Lalo na sa umpisa.
You're going against 4136. Is angkas above the law?
May mga nagduda.
Private motorcycles shall not be used to solicit, accept, or to be used to transport passengers.
Bumatikos.
Very possible for them to be blacklisted on their violations on the guidelines.
At nakipagkompetensya.
Sabi po ng dalawang participants,
pinipilit niyo yung pasahero sumakay sa mga ibang motorcycle taxi na hindi...
Gayunpaman, hindi tayo sumuko mula sa kalye,
dito tayo para sa karapatan nyo,
sa Kongreso at Senado hanggang sa Korte Suprema. Maging rally man yan o isang kantahan na selebrasyon, nagawa nating mamulat ang taong bayan sa ating adhikain at sa ating ipinaglalaban. Nagkaisa tayo para iparinig ang ating boses at ipaglaban ang ating kabuhayan at higit sa lahat, mabigyan ng dignidad ang ating propesyon. Sinamahan tayo ng ating mga kaibigan na celebrity, politiko, at iba pang mga personalidad mula sa iba't ibang larangan sa ating walang tigil na pagsusulong ng ating advokasya. At higit sa lahat, sinamahan tayo ng taong bayan, mga kapwa Pilipino na patuloy na nakikinabang sa ating serbisyo. Nagtagumpay tayo at ngayon, libo-libo na ang ating natulungan at nabigyan ng kakayaang iahon ang kanilang buhay mula sa kahirapan. Marami na rin tayong nabigyan ng suporta sa gitna ng trahedya at sakuna. Nung sumabo ang taal, pumunta tayo para mag-abot ng ayuda. Nang mag-shutdown ng tren, pinauso natin ang libreng sakay sa mananakay. Napabuti rin natin ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan sa mga programa tulad ng Angkas Buhay at iba't ibang medical missions. Kahit nung nagsimula ng pandemic at lockdowns, todo ang ating suporta sa frontliners. Tumulong tayo sa pagsusulong ng health safety standards upang makabangon ng ekonomiya. Nagsagawa tayo ng iba't ibang programa sa bakuna para sa taong bayan. At naging tulay tayo para sa pagtutulungan kaugnay dito ng malalaking kumpanya sa pribadong sektor at ang pamahalaan. Naging mahirap man ang pinagdaanan, maganda pa rin ang naging bunga ng ating mga laban.
To recognize our awardees today, hats off to Angkas.
Malayo na ang narating natin at ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang ating misyon na mas lalong maihatid ang oportunidad ng angkas sa milyon-milyong kababayan na nangangailangan nito. Our mission is to eradicate poverty by showing them a better way in life. The Angkas Way. Tuloy tayo sa pagbago at sa pag-angat ng ating buhay at magandang kinabukasan ng ating kapwa Pilipino. Angkas, tara na!
Hello and good morning, everyone. This is the Manila Times 124th anniversary celebration. I'm Tina Maralit coming to you live from the New World Hotel in Makati City for the Next Era Begins Philippines Poised for Growth Forum. We have an interesting lineup of speakers for you later on. Pero bago yon, let's catch up with some of our very special guests for today, starting off with former Public Works and Highways Chief Rogelio Babes Singson. Sir, how are you today?
Good morning, Tina, and good morning to your hundreds and hundreds of readers and fans. And yes, I'm okay, except for a surgery on my left shoulder, but otherwise I feel good.
So, sir, what's keeping you busy nowadays po?
Well, as you must have heard, I took over the Management Association of the President of the Philippines presidency after Secretary Pascual accepted the Secretary of the DTI. So sabi ko sa kanya, ako collateral damage mo ha. I'm busy. So that's what's keeping me busy actually. And at this point, I'd really like to thank Manila Times for all the support to MAP all these years. You have been a major sponsor in all of our events, and you cover most of our events, if not all, including the so many webinars that continue to go on online. So thank you so much to the management, especially to Mr. Klink Ang. Thank you, Klink.
So, sir, our anniversary theme or our forum for today is the Next Era Begins, Philippines Poised for Growth. In your perspective, sir, what's the next era for the Philippines, particularly the economy?
Well, I'm happy to note that the President has identified already the priorities and has given the mandate to the Cabinet Secretaries. As far as the MAP is concerned, we're happy with the professionals that have been brought in. These are not newbies, they are experienced professionals, especially the economic team. So we are hopeful that unfortunately there's a worldwide ongoing inflation that's really worrying everyone. But I think the Filipinos' resiliency will hopefully carry us on. But at the same time, the government and the private sector really have to work together. I believe the policies are in place. Government will have to try to entice the private sector, make doing business a lot easier, and not too much harassment.
It's very insightful, sir. So before I let you go, because I'm sure you would want to mingle with old faces, old friends, your message to the Manila Times supporters po.
Yeah, I would like to really again thank Manila Times for their presence. In spite of the limited broad media practitioners, they stay on, and more power to Manila Times, to the chairman and to the chairman emeritus, I think Mr. Dante Ang Sr., and of course your management team. And congratulations for having this event this morning.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time. And that has been former DPWH Secretary Babes Singson and current MAP President. Ayan, nagbabalik po ang 124th anniversary celebration ng Manila Times.
This is our idea of a new world. Here, deals are made in the most unexpected places. Your bed is more than a set for dreams. The best conversations happen not around, but in an art piece. Proposals can be made 2,000 feet above or below sea level. All around you'll find spaces that will spark new ways of thinking. Because your stay with us is not about helping you to face the day, but letting you seize it in a fresh, imaginative, and connecting way. Discover your gateways and getaways, all in one name. New World Hotels and Resorts.
NOAA Business Applications Real Estate Management is an end-to-end digital transformation that includes complete workflows, forms, reporting requirements for land banking and land acquisition, project development management, sales performance management, online reservation, booking and contracting, billing and collection, customer relations management, loans documentation and processing, turnover, move-in, titling, leasing and rental management, and property management. For convenience interactions for stakeholders, it also includes portals for vendors and contractors, sellers, buyers, unit owners, tenants, and leasing officers. NOAA Business Applications implementation of the document control management and workflow management as technology supports to the digitalization of real estate management results to higher accountability, compliance, and operational efficiency. Data source is centralized, transaction processing is equipped with intensive validations and controls resulting to data accuracy and integrity. Departments are also empowered to respond to their respective roles consistently and effectively with confidence. NOAA Business Applications, advancing the role of ERP.
You're still here with me, Tina Maraliat, from here at the New World Hotel in Makati City. And now we have with us Mr. George Villanova, General Manager of Las Casas Filipinas de Acosar. Sir George, how are you today?
I'm doing just fantastic. Thank you so much for having us.
So, sir, our theme for this forum, Next Era Begins, Philippines Poised for Growth. What's the next era for Las Filipinas de Acosar?
Well, we've been working on this for almost a year now. It's not news for us. I know it's a combined effort between government and private sector, and I think that we're in the right track. We are doing the best we can. Obviously, that is a complex year, and it has been a complex year for everybody. But all things considered, I think that we are on the right path. We are investing in our properties, we're upgrading our resort, and we are collaborating with the local community, which I think is also very important.
So, sir, when President Bongbong Marcos was in the United States, he told the international community that there's no better time than now to invest and visit the Philippines. How are you going to echo that?
Well, you're preaching to the core. I mean, we are a fanatic of that. We are being pushing for in that direction. I think that this is the right time. I mean, I have to be honest, and everybody has to acknowledge this. Now, this is the best opportunity anywhere that you have a tourism and a hospitality business ongoing. But yes, it's a perfect time. I think that we are in a perfect location. We have over 7,000 islands. We have magnificent cities like Manila, Metro Manila, Quezon City, Makati. Anywhere you look, there is opportunities to grow and to develop the hospitality industry, which has been, in an impasse for the last 2 or 3 years.
So, sir, of course, you mentioned the Philippines is one of the best places to visit. It's a great tourist spot, and of course, Las Filipinas de Casas de Acosar is one of the best places to visit. Invite our viewers.
Well, as we say in Spain, mi casa es su casa. My home is your home. Please come over and visit us. You have our website, have your availability. Just check with us, and we're happy to host you anytime.
Once again, sir, thank you for your time. That has been the General Manager of Las Filipinas Casas de Acosar, Mr. George Villanova. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Moves to the beat of progress. And no one knows its pulse like BDO Unibank. With leading scale and reach, the expertise and local knowledge to connect you to Philippine business. BDO Unibank. We find ways.
I'm gonna greet you and yeah. Maybe just a little bit. And you're still watching The Next Era Begins, the Manila Times Forum from here at the New World Makati Hotel. And right now, ang kasama naman po natin, Mr. Nishikant Singh from the Embassy of the Republic of India, their economic minister. So, sir, how are you today?
I'm very good, and a very good morning to you.
Sir, thank you for taking time out to be with us today. As our theme implies, the next era begins. What's the next era between the Philippines and India cooperation as far as the economy is concerned?
The economic relationship between India and Philippines has been doing great, and there is a potential of growth. So the bilateral trade between India and Philippines has grown. In the last decade, if we see, it has grown from less than a $2 billion. Now it is reaching $3 billion. And we expect that this growth momentum will continue. And we have a lot of Indian businesses who have already invested in the Philippines, and they are present across IT BPO sector, pharma, chemicals, agri. And I would like to say that the Indian pharma still continue to be the largest supplier of quality, affordable medicine to the Philippines.
So, sir, so one of our guests earlier mentioned that, the whole world is experiencing some economic downturn. But for you, what's your projection, at least for the rest of the year?
Recently, India became the 5th largest economy in the world, and we have our projection which say that we'll be very soon the 3rd largest economy by 2029. So India is a country which is growing at a very commendable growth rate, and we think that this is the right time Philippines should partner with us, and we are willing to partner more with Philippines, and this is a strong relation which will keep on working together.
That's very good to know, sir. And again, thank you for your time. We'll catch up with you again later.
And I would like to convey my heartiest congratulations to the Manila Times on your 124th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you again. That has been Mr. Nishikant Singh, the economic minister from the Embassy of India. We'll be back after a short break.
SM Investments is one of the largest Philippine conglomerates. We've been around for over 60 years. We have 3 core businesses, mainly retailing, banking, and properties. Over the past 60 plus years, sustainability is something which SM has had as a culture. It's something which we as a group has been practicing from the very beginning. We take into account the entire impact on the environment, including, let's say, providing sustainable energy, renewable solar powers, water treatment facilities, and waste recycling. We also provide, like for example, for our malls, we make the malls more like a community center, which also then becomes like an area for relief effort if ever there's any sort of calamity that occurs. We also provide support in terms of education and training and healthcare, because at the end of the day, it's the sustainability of the community that continues to provide the growth for our businesses. Biodiversity is very important in everything that we do as a country and as individuals. For example, in our Hamilo Coast development, we work very closely with the WWF in terms of reforestation and also culturing more mangroves in the area.
There is this climate change that's looming over our Mother Earth. If we can contribute no matter how little, and if I can get everybody to be aware of it, I think we will make an impact. It's never too late.
Sustainability is very important because for a business to be able to continue to grow and last for many, many years, it's very important that the business support the community in a sustainable way. because in the end, it's also the community and the environment that sustains the high growth of our businesses.
In Makati City for the Manila Times Forum. And right now, I am very lucky to be flanked by two very handsome gentlemen from the Embassy of the Russian Federation. Of course, we have Ambassador Marat Pavlov and their trade representative, Mr. Alexander Svinin. I hope I said that right. Okay. How are you, sir? How are you today, sir?
Thank you so much, first of all, for the invitation to this very important forum. I think that we should celebrate all together this 124 years of your edition, and we have good relations with your edition. We are cooperating many events, unfortunately in Zoom manner. Now we fortunately have the possibility to shake hands, to see finally the chairman, the president of your edition, and to assist to this forum, because it's very interesting title of this forum. Next era begins, and I think that it could begin with also with the cooperation from the Russian Federation and the Philippines. That is why we are dedicated a lot of our attention to enlarge our economic cooperation. And because of this positive approach we see also from your president, President Marcos, who mentioned many times that he would like to turn to Russia towards cooperation in the field of energy, fertilizers, and many others fields of our interaction. And because of this positive approach from the both sides, we are thinking to establish trade representation here in Manila. But till now we have our trade representative. He is in charge for the Philippine affairs, staying permanently in Singapore. But I think in any way he's a very open-minded person, and with his assistance we can enlarge our cooperation in different areas. And maybe I can give the floor to my trade representative.
From one handsome man to another handsome man. So, Sir Alexander, as the trade representative, as what the good ambassador had said, what's the next era between between Russia and the Philippines in terms of economic trade?
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here today with you and in person. Especially, I think that a new era begins, the era of mutual interest between our two great countries. And as a trade office, we always try to find the solution that will be useful for both sides. We totally believe that if we want to establish long-term cooperation ties, and we want to establish such ties with the Philippines, we have always to think about two-way directions. And that's why here today and yesterday and tomorrow, while I'm staying here in the Philippines, I'm always trying to find not only things that can be useful or interesting for Russian companies, but we're always trying to find what can be interesting for your companies in Russia. And of course, we are a Russian trade office in the Philippines, but we are open and more than happy to support any Philippine companies that want to enter Russian market as well. That's the new era, can begin from such steps, we believe.
So from on top of your head, sir, any particular sector, industry that you're thinking of right now that could be beneficial for both sides?
I think agriculture is very important for both countries. Yesterday I had a speech on the Philippine FinTech Festival, and I was speaking during their agri-tech session. And we discussed how we can cooperate in this regard. The second one, of course, metals, aluminium, all products that can support local construction development industry. We really believe in this sector in the Philippines, and we can support your country with our great companies in these industries. The third one is, of course, that your president said about, of course, oil, gas, fertilizer, and of course we are working on this regard as well. And we believe in the future. We believe in IT and technology. We believe in e-commerce. We believe in fintech as well. And during my staying here in the Philippines, we are talking about these sectors as well. Because if we want to be in the future, we have to do something for this future.
I'd like to add also, because I think that one of the promising area of cooperation, it could be the nuclear one. Cooperation in the nuclear sector, I think it's have a good position because of the needs of the Philippine side. It was also the declaration of your president that the Philippine side would like to enlarge cooperation with other countries. And our state corporation, Rosatom, is ready to cooperate with. It was confirmed during the last Russian Energy Week in Moscow last week. And we are now inviting the Filipino representatives to go to Sochi on special edition Atom Expo, which will be held on November 21, 22.
So it looks like both of you gentlemen will be very, very busy in the coming days. Huh? So last word from you, Ambassador. Next era between the Philippines and Russia, cooperation, bilateral relations.
I think that we have future in case we will respect our mutually beneficial interest. It is the intention of the Russian side, and the same intention is of Filipino side. We will continue to find our area of cooperation, and we will proceed and will succeed. Thank you.
Very nicely said. Once again, Russian Ambassador to the Philippines, Marat Pavlov, and Trade Representative, Mr. Alexander Zvinin. Okay, I'm glad I said that right. Please don't go away. The Manila Times 124th Anniversary Celebration will be back.
We are DDB Group Philippines, an integrated advertising and marketing communications and services group who believes creativity is the most powerful force in business. For 3 decades, we have harnessed creativity to tap into the power of human emotion and give brands the emotional advantage to make people move beyond reason.
Yung chicken inasal, family side, 99 lang.
Sa ngalan ng pag-ibig, walang imposibleng pangarap.
Hydration for every move.
Tayo nagsawsaw, tikim, mukasim.
Our award-winning agencies offer expertise in different aspects of advertising and marketing communications, as well as manpower, printing, and logistics services. We are part of DDB Worldwide, one of the world's largest advertising and marketing networks. A people-first company, our culture is one that takes care of our employees' holistic health, as well as ensures diversity, equality, and inclusion. Talented and nice, we are a community of some of the region's most creative thinkers. Who take on the hardest challenges with the best attitudes.
Thank you for choosing J&T Express.
Across long distances, by land, air, or sea, we deliver just for you.
Every single day, millions of people move around Metro Manila. Our vision is to be the commuter's choice in public transportation by providing a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. The Ikot Manila app is now here to be your companion in your everyday LRT1 trip. Just create an account and easily navigate through all the useful information. Plan ahead, track real-time LRT1 train arrivals and departures. Know the exact fare per destination. Check the crowd situation per station. Click report for your feedback or reach us via the chat button for any assistance. While you're at it, why not check out our curated list of places of interest and rediscover Manila. Tara na't mamasyal, mag-food trip, at mag-shopping. Are you ready to get the most out of your train ride? Download the app now and have a better and more exciting trip.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So, what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more. Something we can see in people's lives and feel in the world around them. Building trust for today and tomorrow. And that's the thing. We all know the math. But we need a new way to put it together. Which means we don't just find answers. We never stop looking for them. A passionate community of solvers, coming together in unexpected ways, creating new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
When you let the light in, you shine. Anyone can be a pro with the Realme 9 Pro series. Get yours now, squad!
This is for you. You, who started from just a hobby to the next-gen businessman. You, the work hard, save harder kind of guy. The goal-getter who gets what she wants. Everything keeps moving forward because the world changes quickly, and so should banking. So we're always evolving to give all you need to keep you moving ahead. Union Bank, it's all in you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite you to find your seats. And for those of you who still don't know where their table is located, may we ask you to please approach our account managers and staff to sort out the seating arrangements. Thank you. While we're waiting for lunch to be served, please listen to some reminders from the hotel regarding safety protocols. May I introduce Mr. Jeffrey Kistitadio of the Security Department of the hotel.
Ito.
We have the Director of Safety, Mr. Jose Alberto Pamintuan.
Happy good morning to everyone. Welcome to New World Hotel Makati. My task this morning is to give you a safety orientation. And we don't want anyone from our participants to panic. And what is panic? People are not informed correctly. That's why people panic. For this, a simple information, if in case there's an emergency, what if the bell alarms? What is the emergency? So we need to stay calm, listen for a paging system if in case we really need to evacuate the property. And what if there's an earthquake? What are we going to do? Stay calm, then do the drop, cover, and hold position. After the shaking, are we going to leave the premises? No, wait for the public address system to inform us if we really need to evacuate the property. Then, if in case for any emergency, for medical attention, we have an on-call nurse, and one of our ERT teams here are certified first aiders that will be able to help you out. And for those who are smoking, we have a designated smoking area on the lagoon area. So with this, I hope you enjoy your stay and keep safe always. A blessed good morning to all.
Thank you, Mr. Jose Alberto Pamintuan, the Director of Security for New World Makati Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch will now be served. Please sit down.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Yan, okay na. Okay.
124th
Noong
anniversary celebration
2016, tinanggap
of the
natin ang
Manila Times. At
hamon
ngayon,
na baguhin
kasama
ang
naman
tingin ng mga
natin ang
tao sa mga motorcycle
napakagwapo at
taxis.
napakasipag na CEO
At sa ating
ng
pagsisikap,
Angkas, Mr. George
nakabuo
Riega.
tayo
Sir
ng isang
George, kumusta
matatag
naman?
na komunidad
Okay naman.
na patuloy na lumalawak
Very
at
honored
lumalago
na nandito
hanggang
kami.
sa
Lalo-lalo
ngayon.
na sa tabi mo.
Higit sa lahat,
been a
nabigyan
long
natin
time,
ng trabaho
ah.
at oportunidad
So, sir, what's
ang
new with
libo-libong
Angkas?
motorcycle riders
Basta
sa
matagal na. Ikaw, sir, ah. But anyway, so, sir, what's new with Angkas?
Well, post-pandemic, I think anything retail is having a very good year. And we're really very excited and, happy that the economy is rebounding very, very well.
So, Angkas played a major role at the height of the pandemic nung halos shutdown lahat. But Angkas was still, kumaga nasa kalsada pa rin, providing services, transporting people. So, moving forward, as our team suggests, the next era begins. What's the next era for Angkas?
Sa amin lang, very simple, no? Napansin namin, lahat ng mga bikers natin na nasa platform, gumaganda buhay. Right now, we have 30,000 bikers, thereabouts. And marami pa tayong trabaho kasi there are 18 million motorcycle owners in the country. And ang gusto talaga namin is yung successful model na ginawa natin sa Metro Manila ay talagang mabigyan ng oportunidad yung lahat ng mga nagmomotorsiklo sa labas at sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas. So, like I said, we have a long way to go. Our goal is to give livelihood opportunities for that 18 million strong sector ng nagmamayari ng motorsiklo at nangangailangan ng trabaho at nangangailangan na to take care of their families.
Ayan. And bago kita pakawalan, Sir George, your message sa mga tumatangkilik ng Angkas.
Well, always stay safe. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo. Nandito kami para sa inyo sa traffic. At nandito kami para sa inyo if you want your freedom back at gusto nyo may maraming puntahan, may maraming magawa at may maraming choices, nandito lang po ang Angkas. So maraming salamat. If it's not for you guys, we wouldn't be here today.
Ayan, maraming salamat, Mr. George Riega, CEO of Angkas, of the Manila Times 124th Anniversary Celebration. We'll be back. Thank you, sir. Nice seeing you again.
Noong 2016, tinanggap natin ang hamon na baguhin ang tingin ng mga tao sa mga motorcycle taxis. At sa ating pagsisikap, nakabuo tayo ng isang matatag na komunidad na patuloy na lumalawak at lumalago hanggang sa ngayon. Higit sa lahat, nabigyan natin ng trabaho at oportunidad ang libo-libong motorcycle riders sa Pilipinas.
Malaki ang natulong sa akin ng hanap buhay na Angkas. Wala naman akong sariling motorsiklo. Kabili ko yung pangarap kong motorsiklo. Tapos isa pa yung napagawa ko rin yung bahay ko.
Napakaganda ng serbisyo ni Angkas. Gumita ako dito ng sapat na higit pa sa inaakala ko.
Kaya malaking tulong na po yung kagaya sa akin na meron kong binubuhay na 2 anak.
Nag-decide na ako na patigilin si Mrs. para makafocus doon sa mga bata. Kung gumanda na po yung kita namin, sa haba-labo, wala pang insurance yan.
Hindi naging madali ang daan. Lalo na sa umpisa.
You're going against 4136. Is Angkas above the law?
May mga nagduda.
Private motorcycles shall not be used to solicit assent or to be used to transport passengers.
Bumatikos.
Very possible for them to be blacklisted on their violations on the guidelines.
At nakipagkompetensya.
Sabi po ng dalawang participants,
pinipilit niyo yung pasahero sumakay sa mga ibang motorcycle taxi na hindi...
Gayunpaman, hindi tayo sumuko mula sa kalye,
dito tayo para sa karapatan nyo.
Sa Kongreso at Senado hanggang sa Korte Suprema. Maging rally man yan o isang kantahan na selebrasyon, nagawa nating mamulat ang taong bayan sa ating adhikain at sa ating ipinaglalaban. Nagkaisa tayo para iparinig ang ating boses at ipaglaban ang ating kabuhayan at higit sa lahat, mabigyan ng dignidad ang ating profesyon. Sinamahan tayo ng ating mga kaibigan na celebrity, politiko, at iba pang mga personalidad mula sa iba't ibang larangan sa ating walang tigil na pagsusulong ng ating advokasya. At higit sa lahat, sinamahan tayo ng taong bayan, mga kapwa Pilipino na patuloy na nakikinabang sa ating serbisyo. Nagtagumpay tayo at ngayon, libo-libo na ang ating natulungan at nabigyan ng kakayang iahon ang kanilang buhay mula sa kahirapan. Marami na rin tayong nabigyan ng suporta sa gitna ng trahedya at sakuna. Nung sumabo ang taal, pumunta tayo para mag-abot ng ayuda. Nang mag-shutdown ng tren, pinauso natin ang libreng sakay sa mananakay. Napabuti rin natin ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan sa mga programa tulad ng Angkas Buhay at iba't ibang medical missions. Kahit nung nagsimula ng pandemic at lockdowns, todo ang ating suporta sa frontliners. Tumulong tayo sa pagsusulong ng health safety standards upang makabangon ng ekonomiya. Nagsagawa tayo ng iba't ibang programa sa bakuna para sa taong bayan. At naging tulay tayo para sa pagtutulungan kaugnay dito ng malalaking kumpanya sa pribadong sektor at ang pamahalaan. Naging mahirap man ang pinagdaanan, maganda pa rin ang naging bunga ng ating mga laban.
To recognize our awardees today, hats off to Angkas.
Malayo na ang narating natin at ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang ating misyon na mas lalong maihatid ang oportunidad ng angkas sa milyon-milyong kababayan na nangangailangan nito. Our mission is to eradicate poverty by showing them a better way in life. The Angkas Way. Tuloy tayo sa pagbago at sa pag-angat ng ating buhay at magandang kinabukasan ng ating kapwa Pilipino. Angkas! Tara na!
What are you looking forward to the Philippines-Israel relations? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you're still watching the Manila Times 124th anniversary celebration. And right now, we are very fortunate to have with us the Israeli ambassador to the Philippines, Ambassador Ilan Flus. Sir, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
So, sir, how are you today?
I'm great, thank you. Yeah, great to be here. And I would say great to celebrate with Manila Times 124 years. That's impressive.
So, sir, as what our theme suggests, the next era begins. For you, what is the next era between the Israel and Philippine relations?
Well, I believe that if we look on the history, we have a long history of cooperation from the time of hosting Jewish refugees in the Philippines and many years of collaboration in agriculture, in different areas. I think for the future, my vision is that we collaborate much more on issues of innovation and technology. When I meet different officials and private sector, today we're talking about digitalization, we're talking about cybersecurity, we're talking about telecommunications, we're talking about high tech, and we're talking about innovation. So basically, to look to the solutions that will be able to bring us to the next stage. And I think Israel, being a global hub of innovation, is an excellent partner in the coming years for the Philippines, working together in developing innovations and solutions for the current and future challenges of the Philippines.
So we're so looking forward to that, sir. Again, I'm not going to take so much of your time anymore. Thank you for your time. Please don't go away. The 124th anniversary celebration of the Manila Times will be right back. Thank you, sir, for your time. Enjoy your time, You're still watching the Manila Times Forum from here at the New World Makati Hotel. At kung kanina po, puro gwapong mga lalaki kasama natin. Syempre ngayon, dapat may maganda naman tayong kasama. I have here with me right now Miss Jackie Gorospe, the Head of Corporate Communications and Customer Relations of Light Rail Corporation, Manila Corporation. And hi, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Happy anniversary to Manila Times. We're very happy to be part of this milestone. No? We're always supporting Manila Times and its initiatives.
So ma'am, hindi ko na pahahabain as our theme goes, next era begins. For LRT, ano po bang next era?
Yes, definitely. LRMC is preparing for the next era for public transport as we are building the future Cavite Extension Project. Right now, it's already at 73% completion rate. So it's definitely an exciting development that many people are looking forward to, especially people living in Parañaque, Las Piñas. So to be able to ride the LRT1 going to different parts of Metro Manila. So that's one major initiative, including other innovations and technology-related initiatives that we're doing.
So ma'am, when do we expect the new LRT line to be operational?
We're looking forward to operations in 2024.
And so that's very good news to our commuters, lalo na yung mga natatraffic dyan sa south part ng Metro Manila. So ma'am, before I let you go, your message to the commuters and to the Filipino people.
LRMC is always doing its best to elevate, to upgrade the public transport system in the Philippines. So we're definitely here to service and serve our countrymen in terms of transporting them safely and efficiently.
Ayan. So thank you again, Ms. Jackie, for your time. Again, Ms. Jackie Gorospe, Head of the Corporate Communications and Customer Relations of LRMC. Magbabalik po kami. Diyan lang po kayo.
I'm a board director.
Okay, better angle. Tama. Dapat yung magandang angle. Makikita yung kabayan. Tina Marali. And you're still watching the 124th anniversary celebration of the Manila Times. And I have with me right now another beautiful lady, Miss Marife Zamora from PLDT. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm good. And again, happy anniversary to the Manila Times. 124 years. My God, that's a feat.
Just like PLDT, ma'am, na pangmatagalan, di ba? So, ma'am, as our theme implies, next era begins. What's the next era for PLDT?
Oh, for PLDT, well, of course, it's the only integrated telecommunications company in the country. So it's really positioning the growth of the company to help in this, in also the economy, as well as in the success of this administration and the growth of the country.
So, ma'am, hindi ko na patatagalin because I know you're very eager to mingle with friends. Just your message to the supporters and customers of PLDT and the Filipino people in general.
I sit in the board of PLDT, so I message for the customers, continue the trust and loyalty in PLDT because indeed, you know, it's the best network that we have in the country. And it's a very well-oiled and very well-managed organization. So in behalf of, yes, the PLDT board, the Filipino CEO Circle, the Management Association of the Philippines, again, happy anniversary to the Manila Times and to my very dear friend Blanca Mercado, and of course to Clink and Michael and Mr. Dante Anglo III, the first. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time. Again, Miss Marife Zamora from PLDT. Please don't go away. Magbabalik pa po ang The Next Era Begins.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
2016, tinanggap natin ang hamon na baguhin ang tingin ng mga tao sa mga motorcycle taxis. At sa ating pagsisikap, nakabuo tayo ng isang matatag na komunidad na patuloy na lumalawak at lumalago hanggang sa ngayon. Higit sa lahat, nabigyan natin ng trabaho at oportunidad ang libo-libong motorcycle riders sa Pilipinas.
Malaki ang natulong sa akin ng hanap buhay na angkas. Wala naman akong sariling motorsiklo. Kabili ko yung pangarap kong motorsiklo. Tapos isa pa yung napagawa ko rin yung bahay ko.
Napakaganda ng serbisyo ni angkas. Gumita ako dito ng sapat na higit pa sa inaakala ko.
Kaya malaking tulong na po yung kagaya sa akin na meron pong binubuhay na 2 anak.
Nag-decide na ako na patigilin si Mrs. para makafocus doon sa mga bata. Kung gumanda na po yung kita namin. Sa haba-labo, wala pang insurance yan.
Hindi naging madali ang daan. Lalo na sa umpisa.
You're going against 4136. Is angkas above the law?
May mga nagduda.
Private motorcycles shall not be used to solicit assent or to be used to transport passengers.
Bumatikos.
Very possible for them to be blacklisted on their violations on the guidelines.
At nakipagkompetensya.
Sabi po ng dalawang participants, pinipilit niyo yung pasahero sumakay sa mga ibang motorcycle taxi na hindi...
Gayunpaman, hindi tayo sumuko mula sa kalye,
Dito tayo para sa karapatan nyo.
sa Kongreso at Senado hanggang sa Korte Suprema. Maging rally man yan o isang kantahan na selebrasyon, nagawa nating mamulat ang taong bayan sa ating adhikain at sa ating ipinaglalaban. Nagkaisa tayo para iparinig ang ating boses at ipaglaban ang ating kabuhayan at higit sa lahat, mabigyan ng dignidad ang ating propesyon. Sinamahan tayo ng ating mga kaibigan na celebrity, politiko, at iba pang mga personalidad mula sa iba't ibang larangan sa ating walang tigil na pagsusulong ng ating advokasya. At higit sa lahat, sinamahan tayo ng taong bayan, mga kapwa Pilipino na patuloy na nakikinabang sa ating serbisyo. Nagtagumpay tayo at ngayon, libo-libo na ang ating natulungan at nabigyan ng kakayaang iahon ang kanilang buhay mula sa kahirapan. Marami na rin tayong nabigyan ng suporta sa gitna ng trahedya at sakuna. Nung sumabo ang taal, pumunta tayo para mag-abot ng ayuda. Nang mag-shutdown ng tren, pinauso natin ang libreng sakay sa mananakay. Napabuti rin natin ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan sa mga programa tulad ng Angkas Buhay at iba't ibang medical missions. Kahit nung nagsimula ng pandemic at lockdowns, todo ang ating suporta sa frontliners. Tumulong tayo sa pagsusulong ng health safety standards upang makabangon ng ekonomiya. Nagsagawa tayo ng iba't ibang programa sa bakuna para sa taong bayan. At naging tulay tayo para sa pagtutulungan kaugnay dito ng malalaking kumpanya sa pribadong sektor at ang pamahalaan. Naging mahirap man ang pinagdaanan, maganda pa rin ang naging bunga ng ating mga laban.
To recognize our awardees today, hats off to Angkas.
Malayo na ang narating natin at ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang ating misyon na mas lalong maihatid ang oportunidad ng angkas sa milyon-milyong kababayan na nangangailangan nito. Our mission is to eradicate poverty by showing them a better way in life. The Angkas Way. Tuloy tayo sa pagbago at sa pag-angat ng ating buhay at magandang kinabukasan ng ating kapwa Pilipino. Angkas! Tara na!
This is our idea of a new world. Here, deals are made in the most unexpected places. Your bed is more than a set for dreams. The best conversations happen not around, but in an art piece. Proposals can be made 2,000 feet above or below sea level. All around you'll find spaces that will spark new ways of thinking. Because your stay with us is not about helping you to face the day, but letting you seize it in a fresh, imaginative, and connecting way. Discover your gateways and getaways, all in one name. New World Hotels and Resorts.
NOAA Business Applications Real Estate Management is an end-to-end digital transformation that includes complete workflows, forms, reporting requirements for land banking and land acquisition, project development management, sales performance management, online reservation, booking and contracting, billing and collection, customer relations management, loans documentation and processing, turnover, move-in, titling, leasing and rental management, and property management. For convenience interactions for stakeholders, it also includes portals for vendors and contractors, sellers, buyers, unit owners, tenants, and leasing officers. NOAA Business Applications implementation of the document control management and workflow management as technology supports to the digitalization of real estate management results to higher accountability, compliance, and operational efficiency. Data source is centralized, transaction processing is equipped with intensive validations and controls resulting to data accuracy and integrity. Departments are also empowered to respond to their respective roles consistently and effectively with confidence.
NOAA Business Applications, advancing the role of ERP.
Philippines moves to the beat of progress. And no one knows its pulse like BDO Unibank. With leading scale and reach, the expertise and local knowledge to connect you to Philippine business. BDO Unibank. We find ways.
SM Investments is one of the largest Philippine conglomerates. We've been around for over 60 years. We have 3 core businesses, mainly retailing, banking, and properties. Over the past 60 plus years, sustainability is something which SM has had as a culture. It's something which we as a group has been practicing from the very beginning. We take into account the entire impact on the environment, including, let's say, providing sustainable energy, renewable solar powers, water treatment facilities, and waste recycling. We also provide, like for example, for our malls, we make the malls more like a community center, which also then becomes like an area for relief effort if ever there's any sort of calamity that occurs. We also provide support in terms of education and training and healthcare, because at the end of the day, it's the sustainability of the community that continues to provide the growth for our businesses. Biodiversity is very important in everything that we do as a country and as individuals. For example, in our Hamilo Coast development, we work very closely with the WWF in terms of reforestation and also culturing more mangroves in the area.
There is this climate change that's looming over our Mother Earth. If we can contribute no matter how little, and if I can get everybody to be aware of it, I think we will make an impact. It's never too late.
Sustainability is very important because for a business to be able to continue to grow and last for many, many years, it's very important that the business support the community in a sustainable way. Because in the end, it's also the community and the environment that sustains the high growth of our businesses.
We are DDB Group Philippines, an integrated advertising and marketing communications and services group who believes creativity is the most powerful force in business. For 3 decades, we have harnessed creativity to tap into the power of human emotion and give brands the emotional advantage to make people move beyond reason.
Yung chicken inasal, family side, 99 lang.
Sa ngalan ng pag-ibig, walang imposibleng pangarap.
Hydration for every move.
Tayo nagsawsaw, tikim, mukasim.
Our award-winning agencies offer expertise in different aspects of advertising and marketing communications, as well as manpower, printing, and logistics services. We are part of DDB Worldwide, one of the world's largest advertising and marketing networks. A people-first company, our culture is one that takes care of our employees' holistic health, as well as ensures diversity, equality, and inclusion. Talented and nice, we are a community of some of the region's most creative thinkers. Who take on the hardest challenges with the best attitudes.
Thank you for choosing J&T Express.
Across long distances, by land, air, or sea, we deliver just for you.
Every single day, millions of people move around Metro Manila. Our vision is to be the commuter's choice in public transportation by providing a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. The Ikot Manila app is now here to be your companion in your everyday LRT1 trip. Just create an account and easily navigate through all the useful information. Plan ahead, track real-time LRT1 train arrivals and departures. Know the exact fare per destination. Check the crowd situation per station. Click report for your feedback or reach us via the chat button for any assistance. While you're at it, why not check out our curated list of places of interest and rediscover Manila. Tara na't mamasyal, mag-food trip, at mag-shopping. Are you ready to get the most out of your train ride? Download the app now and have a better and more exciting trip.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So, what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more. Something we can see in people's lives and feel in the world around them. Building trust for today and tomorrow. And that's the thing. We all know the math. But we need a new way to put it together. Which means we don't just find answers. We never stop looking for them. A passionate community of solvers, coming together in unexpected ways, creating new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
When you let the light in, you shine. Anyone can be a pro with the Realme 9 Pro series. Get yours now, squad!
This is for you. You, who started from just a hobby to the next gen businessman. You, the work hard, save harder kind of guy. The goal getter who gets what she wants. Everything keeps moving forward because the world changes quickly, and so should banking. So we're always evolving to give all you need to keep you moving ahead. Union Bank, it's all in you.
May I invite everyone to please rise for the Philippine National Anthem. Please remain standing for the invocation.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this meaningful gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ the Lord. Amen.
We invite everyone to please be seated as we begin our program. Good day, everyone. And we know that you're all very busy people, so we thank you for being with us on our 124th anniversary. And at the same time, the very first face-to-face forum since the pandemic began in 2020. My name is Dafort Villasaran, and I'm the Manila Times editor, or TMT. And I'm your host for today's doubly milestone event, the Foundation Day of the Manila Times, as well as the resumption of its in-person fora. Today's event is titled Next Era Begins, Philippines Poised for Growth, and our keynote speakers will explain further why. They will reveal the biggest drivers of our economy, such as the micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as the accommodation sector, among others. They will discuss roadmaps and strategies that defines the next era and why it is set for positive growth, given the perfect implementation of predetermined plans and their respective agencies. Also joining me later on to moderate the question and answer portion will be our TMT columnist Ben Kritz, whom some of you may know from his rough trade column in the opinion section of the Manila Times. In the meantime, allow me to introduce the distinguished gentleman who will be giving the welcome remarks. Some of you might know this already, but for those, you might be pleased to learn. While attending Sharpstown High School in Houston, Texas, he was the assistant editor of the school paper, The Torch. He earned his journalism degree in 1990 from Texas A&M University, where he was the editor-in-chief of the school paper, the East Texan, and the school magazine, The Special. The Dallas Press awarded him with a Ray Holbrook Memorial Scholarship for his campus journalism. And as a reporter for the Tulsa Tribune in Oklahoma, he covered the local government beat before moving on to stories about the Persian Gulf War. After a stint as a foreign information officer at the Philippine Consulate General in Toronto, Canada, he returned to the Philippines. Despite his schedule, he finds time to teach journalism in various institutions, including the Thammasat University in Thailand. And in 2020, he was elected chairman of the National Book Development Board. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to present to you our chairman and chief executive officer, Dante Francis Ang II, whom we at the Manila Times respectfully and fondly call Sir Clink.
Thank you. The 4-hour word there. You started from high school. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, allow me to greet some dignitaries. Honorable Alfredo Pascual, the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. The Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco, who was supposed to be here tonight, was unexpectedly and suddenly asked by the President to join him in an important event in Leyte. Although we will hear from her through a recorded message, and she is also ably represented here by her fellow law classmate and colleague before government, the Honorable Lawyer Shireen Gail U. Pamintuan, the Undersecretary for the Department of Tourism, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, my colleagues at the Manila Times, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Business Forum. We have been organizing events for years, and as many of you know, our fora are an extension of our work to deliver relevant content to our audience. In essence, we open to the public our discussions and our interviews with policymakers, captains of industry, and other leaders. While all our events are special, given the direct access our paper provides, today's forum takes on some added significance. First, the forum today is part of the 124th founding anniversary of the Manila Times, your trusted news source of choice since October 1898. With your indulgence, allow me to point out the obvious. Our gathering today is our first, but yet modest step to go outside the security of virtual meetings. Of course, there have been many other face-to-face events recently, but for us, this is our small victory against COVID-19. Not only did the Manila Times survive, thankfully, but throughout the toughest parts of that health crisis, our paper kept on printing daily editions. We beefed up our digital platforms to reach out to those who were cut off from us because of disruptions to the national and global logistics system. And thanks to your continued support, I'm proud to say that we emerged from it stronger and more competitive. Like everyone else, we are eager to start the recovery phase, which brings me to the second significant point of today, the reason why you are all here physically and why others are joining us virtually from the Manila Times social media live stream. We are eager to hear from key officials from the Marcos government about the future. Our paper and other media have reported that there is a cautious optimism among Filipinos. President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and with Vice President Sara Duterte Carpio have a clear mandate from the people. The cabinet assembled, particularly the economic team, of which our Speaker, Secretary Pascual, is a member, is highly regarded, and if I might add, deservingly so. That said, expectations are extremely high. And as we said before in our editorials, people are looking to the government to deliver something meaningful soon. Managing expectations could be a problem when reality sets in a world facing volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The solutions required are difficult to craft, much less deliver. In fact, some might be expecting no less than a miracle from the government. Still, there are many reasons to be hopeful. The country's economic fundamentals are strong, as they have been before the pandemic. Many people will likely agree that the Marcos government is moving in the right direction. And while the collective anxiety does not emanate from anything domestic, people are wondering how the country will weather the so-called external headwinds that have been blamed for inflation, the depreciation of the peso, and threats to a robust economy that can, of course, generate jobs and many economic opportunities. Like you, we came here to listen to those who are working on these challenging issues. Before we hear from them, I wish to thank all those who made this program possible, including, of course, Angkas, Fonador, Infinivan, Mega World, New World Hotel Makati Hotel, NOAA Business Applications, Turkish Airlines, Welcome Depot, and many others who will be properly acknowledged in today's program. Thank you also to all of those present here today and those watching our program on live stream. May you all have a productive session this afternoon. And now let's move on to the substantive part of the program. Thank you.
On behalf of our audience circling, thank you for that warm welcome. Following that acknowledgement of our guests, TMT would also like to acknowledge our co-presenters, sponsors, special partners, and organization partners without whom our forum today would not be possible. The Manila Times 124th anniversary is brought to you in cooperation with Infinivan Incorporated, as Circlink mentioned, as well as Mega World Corporation, and of course, New World Makati Hotel. Our forum is also brought to you in cooperation with NOAA Business Applications, Turkish Airlines, and Welcome Depot Incorporated. Now we have our sponsors in the gold and silver and bronze categories. For gold, we have BDO Capital Investment Corporation and First Park Homes. Our silver sponsors are Bank of the Philippine Islands, PNA Grant Thornton Philippines, Punong Bayan and Araulio, and PLDT Incorporated, Smart Communications Incorporated, and PricewaterhouseCoopers Philippines, Isla Lipana and Company. And of course, our bronze sponsors, thank you very much, Las Casas Filipinas de Azucar, Light Rail Manila Corporation, Maybank Philippines, and Udena Corporation. Our special partners are Aquaskin Philippines, Rising Tigers Magazine, and Lobian Realty Corporation. Our organization partners are the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines, the Davao Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, or FINEX, the Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines Incorporated, and La Camara, or the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, as well as the Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, including the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, and She Talks Peace. Of course, special thanks go to our media partner, the Manila Times TV. Now, we shall now proceed to our first keynote talk. We shall be, actually, as mentioned earlier by Sir Clink, unfortunately, the DO secretary is unable to be here today, but she did share with us a recorded video. So could we please play the video now?
To foster the Filipino brand is to spark our sense of pride and reaffirm our strong sense of identity. It is time to welcome the rest of the world with an enhanced Filipino brand that is unique, attractive, and creative. This program will be led by the Department of Tourism
The Department of Tourism has embarked in an aggressive campaign to revive the tourism industry. Upon her assumption of office on June 30, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco immediately engaged with tourism stakeholders across the country through her listening tours, which gave the tourism chief first-hand insight on the prevailing challenges faced by the industry. Anticipating the influx of foreign tourists, Frasco has begun fulfilling President Marcos's objective to enhance the overall tourist experience, starting with the establishment of 10 tourist areas in various locations across the country to serve the needs of our travel guests. Guided by President Marcos Jr.'s vision for the tourism industry to contribute to daily livelihood and generate employment, Secretary Frasco partnered with the Department of Labor and Employment and lauded the first ever Philippine tourism job fair. With the theme Galabo Turismo Ascenso, the job fair offered more than 9,000 tourism jobs across the country in its first leg and is expected to match more job seekers to tourism employment opportunities. The Department of Tourism started the conversation with the Department of Transportation to further enhance the visitor experience and proposing to introduce practical and extended changes in all major sea and airports of the country by introducing the following brand and, more importantly, facilitating a seamless and stress-free travel experience for guests. A multi-awarded local chief executive prior to her appointment, among Secretary Frasco's first directives is for the department to reach out to LGUs across the country. True to her commitment to be a listening tourism chief, Secretary Frasco has met with the Tourism Congress of the Philippines and stakeholders from the hospitality, accommodation, the aviation, transport, and the local and national government, as well as players in gastronomy, fashion, and the media in and outside the country, all to ensure an inclusive and well-rounded approach that will ensure the success of the department's endeavors. Under the Marcos administration, the Department of Tourism intends to focus on connectivity, convenience, and equality, with the following objectives: improving tourism infrastructure and accessibility, establish a cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity, enhancement of overall tourist experience, equalization of tourism product development and promotion, diversification of portfolio through multidimensional tourism, maximization of domestic tourism, strengthening tourism governance with close collaboration with LGUs and stakeholders, putting premium on the Marcos administration's priority for tourism development through consultative, inclusive, and collaborative engagement with the objective of heralding the Filipino brand across the globe. The Philippines is poised to take a primary position as a tourism powerhouse in Asia.
I wish to express the warmest congratulations to the Manila Times on the celebration of their 124th anniversary through this special forum entitled Next Era Begins, the Philippines Poised for Growth. Since its establishment in 1893, the Manila Times has stood witness to countless stories of Filipino bravery, liberation, sovereignty, and modernization. To have been born out of such a crucial period in Philippine history, and to have continuously upheld this feat for more than a century signifies the Manila Times' essential role and credibility as a news-bearing voice to ordinary citizens and international spectators. Today, we live amongst challenging times, and yet we rise from the first piece of COVID-19 pandemic and various calamities. We've started to go beyond the ways of normal and cut a path towards innovation, progress, and sustainability. It's important, more than ever, to have news outlets and journalists to record these significant breakthroughs and share the narrative of the Filipino story, our creativity, and our resilience for growth. To everyone behind the Manila Times, I earnestly wish for your continued success, and I hope that we can explore opportunities for collaboration in the days to come. The tourism industry, we definitely need partners in heralding the Filipino brand to the world. Personally, I wish to convey my thanks to the Manila Times for recognizing the work of local government units, such as when they recognize the hometown of Iloan, Cebu, and the top water municipality in the Philippines a few years ago. Daghang kaayong salamat for everything that you do for our country. Congratulations, Manila Times.
So on behalf of the Manila Times and all our guests here, we'd like to thank the Tourism Secretary for her warm greetings and her message for us today. Now, we'd also like to thank, in cooperation, this forum is brought to us in cooperation with Angkas and Fundador. Thank you very much also for being our partners for today's forum. And now, we would like to present to you a message from the Undersecretary of Tourism, Shireen Gail U. Pamintuan. Allow me to give a brief introduction. Prior to her appointment as Undersecretary, she has been a partner at the law firm Romulo Mabanta, Buenaventura, Sayok, and De Los Angeles, focusing on corporate law, project development, and finance. After receiving her degree in legal management from De La Salle University in 2002, she earned her Juris Doctor from the Ateneo de Manila in 2006 as a silver medalist. She passed the bar the following year. She has had extensive experience in corporate governance and in assisting clients with establishing businesses in the Philippines. She has also handled various work visa applications for clients' personnel in the country, among many other accomplishments. Undersecretary Pamintuan, the stage is yours.
It's really high. Hang on. DTI Secretary Alfredo Pascual, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and officials, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Department of Tourism extends its congratulations to the Manila Times on your 124th anniversary celebration. Secretary Frasco would have wanted to join you today if not for prior engagements of equal importance, and she sends her warmest and best regards to all of you. Nevertheless, allow me to share updates on the tourism industry on her behalf. We are currently living amidst times of economic resurgence, especially for the Philippine tourism industry, which has long endured the blows of the global health crisis. According to the UNWTO, tourism has experienced continued growth despite the pandemic. Modern tourism is confirmed to be closely linked to the development and encompasses a growing number of new destinations. And these dynamics have turned tourism into a key driver for socio-economic progress. Currently, the Philippine tourism industry is recovering at a promising pace. We now have over 1.77 million tourist arrivals recorded from February 10 to October 17, surpassing our predicted arrivals of 1.7 million for the entire 2022. The tourism industry, once harnessed in a manner that is inclusive, sustainable, proactive, and collaborative, we believe that it can surely rise to its full potential. With the guidance and commitment of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the Department of Tourism is firmly set to work towards boosting our industry into becoming one of the major economic drivers of this administration, one that can bring us inclusive growth and development and herald love of country, which is most important for Secretary Frasco. In light of this, we have identified 7 objectives to be pursued by the DOT for the next 6 years. And as you've seen in the video earlier, these are improvement of tourism infrastructure and accessibility, cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity, enhancement of the overall tourist experience, equalization of tourism product development and promotion, diversification of portfolio through multidimensional tourism, maximization of domestic tourism, and finally, and most importantly, to strengthen tourism governance through close collaboration with our local government units and other stakeholders. And in fulfillment of these objectives, as mentioned earlier, we are prioritizing 3 key strategies. These are connectivity, convenience, and equality. For connectivity, we want to ensure that our tourist destinations are accessible through improved transportation networks and affordable travel costs. Our approach is geared towards proactive and aggressive infrastructure development that provides quality access to roads, bridges, water systems, and various methods of transportation by land, sea, and air. For convenience, we will focus on enhancing the overall tourist experience and ease of movement. We want the experience of coming to the Philippines to be positive for all the senses. We will focus on the little things and the basic services that every tourist require. As such, the DOT will push for a passenger experience that is seamless and stress-free. This is one of the #1 priorities of Secretary Frasco, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver this by year-end. We want to have a more efficient service in the airport and reduce passenger waiting time. We will also move towards developing travel applications and programs to make travel and destination information readily available. On equality, we will maximize domestic tourism and make certain that no tourist destination gets left behind in the process of development. We will expand our tourism products and harness the potential of our tourism areas. We are likewise coming up with mechanisms to improve tourism standards, product accreditation, and review of product audits that are at par with global standards. The DOT is working on developing new tourism circuits and programs that will highlight products such as food and gastronomy, culture and heritage, arts, sports, health and wellness, education, farm and agri-tourism, and so much more. In terms of tourism employment, the department recently partnered with the Department of Labor and Employment to launch the Trabajo Turismo Ascenso, the first Philippine job fair, which was held last September 22 to 24 and opened over 9,000 jobs across Metro Manila, Cebu, and Davao. This was conducted to bridge the gap between the shortage of workforce in the accommodation sector, as well as the huge demand for tourism employment for those who wish to pursue a career in tourism. The DOT shares a positive outlook on the potentials of economic resurgence for the tourism industry, as the country remains a top-of-mind destination among travelers. This is supported by recent awards garnered by the Philippines from various prestigious international bodies such as the World Travel Awards and magazines such as Condé Nast and Leisure and Travel. And as we move forward with the recovery of the tourism industry, we hope to gather the full support of our tourism stakeholders as well as media practitioners in the advancement of tourism promotions. Like what we always say in the DOT, tourism is only as strong as the people working along with it. Progress can only be possible if there is full collaboration and cooperation from everyone. After all, tourism is everybody's business, and it is our shared responsibility. And with this, we at the DOT fervently hope that everybody will join hands as we forge a brighter path for the Philippine tourism industry. With your help, we can continue to harness our destinations, improve overall tourist experience of our visitors, create more opportunities for our people, and most importantly, to position the Philippines as one of the primary players in the ASEAN and in the world. Thank you very much. Mabuhay, and congratulations again to the Manila Times.
Thank you, DOT Undersecretary Pamintuan. Now we shall proceed with our second keynote speaker. Aside from serving as an independent director on the board of several publicly listed companies, he was the president of the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP. Before being the president and co-chairman of the University of the Philippines from 2011 and 2017, he was the alumni regent of the university board. And from 1989 to 2008, he worked at the Asian Development Bank in various director, advisor, and officer capacities with postings in India, Indonesia, and China, aside from the Philippines. Apart from MAP, he is a member of PHINIX, the Institute of Corporate Directors, the Rotary Club of Makati, and the Philippine-American Association of Scientists and Engineers. After graduating cum laude in BS Chemistry at UP, he went on to earn his MBA at the State University and to receive numerous accolades from academic and civic as well as government organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Manila Times is honored to present to you Alfredo Pascual, the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry.
I'd like to first greet our host, Mr. Link Ang. Thank you for the invitation to this forum. Members of the diplomatic community, my fellow workers in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I also would like to give my congratulations to the Manila Times on its 124th anniversary. This occasion marks a milestone in Manila Times' long-standing commitment to its readers. We know it's found from its founding in 1898 and its cycle of rebirth. It has flourished, and to this day, Manila Times is serving the nation, inspired by history and moved by words and stories. Like we've been part of this as witnesses to the Philippines' march toward changing times, including the next era that we all look forward to. The Department of Trade and Industry has set out on a path to industrialization for the next 6 years. Our aim is to support the current administration's efforts to lead the country toward an inclusive economic transformation. As the Philippines moves toward a post-pandemic future, an inclusive and sustainable industrial development is imperative to build a more competitive economy. Through science, technology, and innovation, including digital technologies, industries will be better positioned to transform and to face competition in domestic and global markets. Innovation and the new technologies it entails leads to the creation of new goods and services and processes. This results in quality jobs and economic opportunities for many Filipinos. Specifically, we aim for more stable and higher paying jobs. Innovation also results in the emergence of new industries and the production of environmental goods. A new technology such as smart manufacturing, for example, leads to improved production efficiency. This in turn leads to more efficient energy use, very important in this era of expensive energy, industrial competitiveness, and linkage to supporting industry. The use of science, new technologies, and innovation is a vital step to upgrade our industries toward a more and sustainable industrial development. Science, technology, and innovation will define our next era of industrialization. The same wave of technologies will help our industries in transitioning toward a rapid and resilient economic recovery. Globally competitive and innovative industries can support inclusive growth and improve environmental sustainability and quality of life for all Filipinos. To achieve our goal of inclusive growth and quality of life for our people, we will build a dynamic industry ecosystem on 6 pillars. DTI cannot and will not do this alone. We shall take a whole of nation or whole of government first, whole of nation approach to pursue these 6 strategic actions. The first strategic action is to embrace Industry 4.0. The fourth industrial revolution brings unprecedented change. It's merging our biological, physical, and digital worlds, and it is shifting our approach to developing our economies. Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence and smart manufacturing can help advance enterprises and industries and increase the share of STI-intensive sectors in our GDP. The second strategic action is to develop innovative micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, as well as entrepreneurial startups, particularly the tech startup type. The strategy will involve accelerating MSMEs' growth by enabling them to scale up from micro to small, small to medium, medium to large. And from there, nurture them further through the help of digital transformation. For new and promising entrepreneurs, we are building a robust startup ecosystem. The third strategy is to integrate trade, investment promotion, and industry development policies. We will integrate our production systems, for instance, by linking manufacturing, agriculture, and services. We shall deepen our global value chain participation, pursue a more aggressive trade and investment policy, and expand and diversify our exports, trade, and investment partners. The fourth strategic action is to develop human capital and capacity-building programs to prepare our workforce for the future. While many jobs will be lost as a result of automation, new jobs will emerge through the adoption of technologies that will increase worker productivity. Tapping this opportunity will require increasing investments in skills development. We also would like to persuade and support companies to upskill their workforce so that workers can perform the newer and higher order roles, higher value jobs in your companies to complement the work of machines. The current systems of learning and signaling job fit are not enough to provide the agility that lifelong learners will require. We therefore need to shift a skills-based system to a skills-based system that can provide more efficient mechanisms. Though I was a president of a university, I don't fully believe that everybody should aspire for a 4-year college degree. What's important is we strengthen our basic education, the K-12 program. And K-12 programs should be ready for employment. And if there are skills needed, a 1-year, 2-year preparation would be sufficient. And while working, our people could pursue higher degrees and go up the ladder, so to speak. There are many programs now that are ladderized. The fifth strategic action is to promote regional industrialization through innovation and entrepreneurship. In our effort to be responsive to nuances in the country's regional growth, we acknowledge the inequalities among our various regions. How can we respond to this? One direction is to support regions and urban centers to specialize where they have the most competitive advantage, where their natural endowment lies. In focusing our efforts on regional industrial transformation, we aim to use, again, science, technology, and innovation and entrepreneurship as means, for example, to modernize our agro-industrial activities. The sixth strategic action is to create and foster an enabling economic environment to attract more investments. This action entails policies that attract investors and entrepreneurs to the Philippines. Aside from rationalizing regulations, it will also cover building competitive physical and digital infrastructure. Doing so reduces the cost of doing business and attracts more investment. Given our industrial strength and competencies, changes in consumer trends, and emerging technologies in the last 2 years of the pandemic, we see 4 industrial clusters as sources of growth. First, the industrial manufacturing and transport cluster. Second, the technology, media, telecommunication cluster. Third, the health and life science cluster. And fourth, the modern or major basic need of a resilient economy cluster. The first 3 clusters align with the trends in the global reconfiguration of global value chains. They provide an opportunity for the Philippines to upgrade, diversify, and reposition its global value chain participation. The fourth cluster, on the other hand, reinforces the foundations of the country's economic recovery and long-term sustainable and inclusive growth. We are prioritizing the following, those 4 clusters. And just to explain quickly what these clusters are, the first, IMT, Industrial Manufacturing Transport Cluster, our experience in electronic and electrical components value chain will help us expand our share in aircraft maintenance. We are keen on maximizing opportunities in the fast-expanding electric vehicle market, that's the transportation part, and increase activity in semiconductor, that's the industrial manufacturing. Next is technology, media, and telecommunications. With the country's expanded share in the business process outsourcing world market, we would like to further shift from mere cost saving to value adding, meaning more than just answering calls to creating value for clients all over the world. As the demand for data centers increases worldwide, we aim to be the destination of choice. Our country's strong BPO track record, future of work programs, and hyperscale roadmap are drawing the attention of hyperscalers that seek to expand geographically. Last July, we launched the PLDT Jupiter Cable System. This is a subsea cable that connects the Philippines to Japan and the US and provides a superhighway for digital data with a capacity that equals almost all the existing cables in the country. The DTI has designed the Malikhaing Pinoy program to provide support for the industry through a creative venture fund. As you may know, we have recently passed the Creative Industries Law through the initiative of DTI, and we have been made responsible for implementing that law. We are working with creative learning academies, innovation centers, creative markets, and pushing for initiatives that will accelerate the creative industries development. We're expecting some funding for purposes of implementing this new law. The third cluster is the health and life sciences cluster. We also, our agility during the pandemic, our goal is to be self-sufficient in this area, in health and in medicine. We also hope that the integration of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and health services with the help of digitalization will facilitate the emergence of this industrial cluster. Last but not least, there is also the need to prioritize major basic needs of a resilient economy. A resilient economy that has strong food, shelter, infrastructure, and education support for the population. We're seeking new investments in this sector, and that will help revitalize or help the country achieve long-term, inclusive, and sustainable growth. What we want to see is local companies producing many of the consumer goods that are now being met by imports. To drive a dynamic industry ecosystem, we need to foster innovation, as I've already said, And for this purpose, DTI is establishing the Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, or CARE, and the Industry 4.0 Pilot Factory. In partnership with the Union Bank of the Philippines and the Global Learning Solutions, we launched CARE in San Pedro, Laguna on September 9. CARE will be the hub where data scientists and researchers can perform collaborative AI research. Research that can then lead to the development of AI products and services, provide AI training programs, and support digital transformation of industries. This Center for AI Research further supports the growth of the digital economy, the development of new business ventures in trade, agriculture, manufacturing, and services, and the promotion of entrepreneurship by implementing cutting-edge digital technologies in these industries. At present, the Philippines already hosts more than 50 tech startups that use AI as their core technology. Complementary to the Center for AI Research, we're putting up the Industry 4.0 Pilot Factory, which will host pilot demonstration and learning laboratories for relevant technologies. These include robotics, intelligent manufacturing, and cyber-physical systems. The pilot factory will further serve as a hub for cutting-edge technologies and solutions, a space where MSMEs, researchers, and universities will have hands-on lessons on robotics, automation, and smart manufacturing, among others. The pilot factory can serve as prototyping sandbox and as platform to showcase use case of products. The space for the pilot factory in Bonifacio Global City has already been offered by a partner conglomerate. We will soon be able to bring equipment donated by Siemens of Germany. Siemens of Germany is our partner for this particular endeavor. I have visited what they put up in Singapore, a similar pilot factory, and that is what we will try to replicate in the Philippines. We are also looking for additional spaces that can house massive equipment outside Manila. These two facilities are being set up in partnership with private sector. This will be led by the private sector, managed by private sector, without specific budget from the government. They are expected to self-generate funds, while we also request and raise millions of grants for MSMEs to develop their systems with the use of these two facilities. These facilities are also open to existing corporations, medium and even large corporations, so we can help upgrade their technologies, building on existing industrial strengths and competencies. Some of our largest corporations have their own AI R&D, for example, but they would probably be helped by interacting with our scientists and researchers in these two innovation hubs that we're putting up. We aim to enable MSMEs to embrace digital transformation, an objective forming part of DTI's strategy to upgrade, upskill, and upsize MSMEs. MSMEs are the backbone of our economy, comprising, we all know, 95.5% of about 1 million registered business establishments in the country, employing 63% of the workforce and contributing almost half of our gross domestic product. For MSMEs to continue to grow and upscale and upsize, we need to address the constraints to access finance, technology, and market. To ease MSMEs' access to services, we have established 1,344 negosyo centers throughout the country, covering all cities and 66% of municipalities. There were 167 negosyo centers established last year, 16 so far established this year. Provided for by the Go Negosyo Act, the centers serve as mentoring hubs and provide links to business development services. To help MSMEs access financing, DTI is developing a number of instruments that will cater to the different capacities of MSMEs. We have grant matching facility that supports agri-businesses in selected regions. We work with agri-businesses that address gaps in food value chain in developing their business through the grant facility. We will also expand loan facility of our attached agency, the Small Business Corporation, or SB Corp, for other agribusinesses that are under the mentorship of DTI. This is the ecosystem that we have built and still developing further. SB Corp implements the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-asenso or P3 program. P3 offers affordable interest rates and changes that suit the capacities and enterprise borrowers with relatively small asset size and business centers in the poorest provinces of the country. Along similar lines, the Rise Up loan program provides MSMEs that have hurdled the pandemic with multi-purpose loans and soft loans. In addition, DTI will establish an e-commerce platform that will provide sufficient data analytics for credit scoring. Credit scores will then be the basis for banks to lend without need for collateral. In line with our efforts to promote science, technology, and innovation, we will develop an ecosystem for startups to thrive. And we are initially working with a 500 million peso startup venture fund, which is being managed by the National Development Company, another corporation under DTI. We will further make available a loan facility in SB Corp to support this the commercialization of startups. Aside from the challenges of finance, we are enabling our MSMEs to embrace digital transformation, the way MSMEs can operate efficiently, reduce costs, reach bigger markets, and earn profits. We'd like our MSMEs to contribute to regional development, and this can be done through a broadened one town, one product program that DTI has. This is based on the region's natural endowments and comparative advantage, as I pointed out earlier. We are partnering with research institutions in innovating this one town, one province, one town, one product program, or OTOP. DTI regional offices are also working with the respective regional development councils to promote each region's productivity and competitiveness, including those of MSMEs. My vision is to rope in colleges and universities in the regions to be the knowledge hubs in their respective regions. And these universities and colleges, particularly universities, state-owned universities and private universities, to provide the R&D support in the further processing of harvests, agri-products in different regions, so that we can generate greater value added from those outputs. DTI is also collaborating with the Commission on Higher Education and DOST to strengthen selected state universities to play the role that I mentioned earlier. What we envision is a prosperous economy driven by competition and productivity. We want to build dynamic industry ecosystems as the foundation for generating quality jobs, creating new products and services, improving environmental sustainability, and ensuring shared prosperity for all Filipinos. This is the direction toward all these efforts are headed. And this is what I hope I will help define the next era of growth and development in the Philippines. Thank you. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, DTI Secretary Pascual. May we invite you to join us on stage for our open forum, the question and answer portion. Now, for the open forum, I invite another distinguished gentleman, Ben Kritz from the Times, to join. And Undersecretary, could we invite you back on stage? Now, some of you might have heard that Ben was born in the USA and grew up in and around Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He earned his first job as a newspaper correspondent while still in high school. And then he interrupted his writing career for more than about 20 years to work in the automotive industry, and in 2004, he left the rat race for the warmer environs of the Philippines, so transforming a second career as a popular blogger in writing into a business columnist career for the country's longest trusted English daily newspaper, the Manila Times. Now, joining Ben is a panelist and a good friend of the Manila Times from BDO Capital. Ed, please come up and have a seat with the gentleman and lady. Now, aside from being the president of BDO Capital, Eduardo Francisco is on the capital markets committees of the Bankers Association of the Philippines and Philippine Stock Exchange, as well as the listings committee of the Philippine Dealing and Exchange Corporation. And in fact, for sharing his knowledge in terms of teaching in various universities, he was honored by BizNews Asia as one of the Nation Builders and Asia Leaders Awards Mentor of the Year finalists. So thank you very much, Ed, for joining us as a panelist. Ben and Ed.
That one's on. Okay. You seem to be better at that than me. Okay. Well, I appreciated hearing both your discussions. Let's have ladies first. Okay. Could you give us some more details about what exactly are the tourist rest areas, and what do you hope to achieve with those?
So basically, the tourist rest areas are like a halfway areas where you travel along different regions, and we noticed that especially for motorcycle bike riders and for others here in Luzon, they would like to travel by car, and there are not a lot of stopovers. So the tourist rest areas is really intended for you to have clean bathrooms, number one, and to also have a tourist information center, and also a pasalubong center where you can buy local products and artisanal products coming from the region.
Okay. Now my next question is, you had discussed about the job fairs.
Yes.
And there was a great many jobs available for people, but you mentioned in Metro Manila, Cebu, and Davao. What about job opportunities for areas outside the metros? Is there a program in the works for that?
We are currently working with our ASEAN neighbors, actually, to come up and strengthen a program for all of our potential OFW workers. We know that the Filipino workers are very valued and one of our driving forces really for our economy. So this is something that the Secretary is currently working on, and we should be launching that program soon.
Okay, thank you. Ed, you have something you want to ask?
Thank you. Maybe I will ask a question with Secretary Pascual so that you can take turns. Secretary Pascual, maybe I can ask your advice kasi I guess we had great initiatives. Mike, I guess we want to help however we can from the private sector, and then maybe even going back, because as you headed UP, what I guess you showed slides of CAIR, the retooling, but how can we retool even the children or the college education? At least that's something about your expertise, because in general, both your agencies are very important for us, but at the same time, they need the support of, in fact, DICT, DPWH, all these different agencies, Department of Transportation to make them work. So it's not within your budget, but the nice thing is, like in your case, like Secretary, you're very good in motivating people and making different people, I guess, with different priorities work together for a common good. Maybe you can share how we can achieve that, getting the agencies together and the education.
Yeah. There is a lot of coordination that has to be done with other agencies. With DPWH, for example, we have a convergence program called Roll It, where they hold the funds and do the work, but we direct them to which place they should build a farm-to-market road, for example. So that has been going on, and we will continue to use that as a basis for our working together. With DICT, the Department of Information and Communication Technology, we are partnering in putting up the e-commerce platform I referred to earlier, and they're a partner also in helping us digitalize the operations of DTI, as they are doing the same for other agencies of the government. We will share, when we go to LGU digitalization, for example, we can provide the perspective from the client side, the businesses that deal with LGUs for permits, approvals, what have you, while they work with the LGUs in designing the digital systems. I have coordinated with CHED, with the Department of Education with respect to the development of the appropriate curriculum for producing the skills that the new industries we're trying to develop in this country.
Which one's the working one? Okay. This is the working one. Okay. Secretary Pasquale, you had talked about two things that caught my attention. The first I wanted to ask you about the expansion of trade. Are there any new trade agreements in the works right now beyond what we already know about?
Yeah, I pointed this out in one cabinet meeting, that we're lagging behind in signing up trade agreements, signing trade agreements with various countries. There's one FTA that I hope we will sign next month, and that's with Korea. In my first interaction with the U.S. colleagues, we were talking about renewal of our GSP. But I told them we have to go beyond GSP and start negotiating an FTA. Same with EU. I'm going to Brussels next week. Of course, we will initially work for the coverage again of the Philippines by their GSP Plus. But we want them to restart negotiations for an FTA. The last round of which, I think it was the second, was a few years back in 2015. And since then, there has been no discussion. So it's a matter of restarting that. There are other countries in the lineup, rest assured.
Secretary, is RCEP going to be signed also? The regional cooperation, the RCEP. What's the status?
RCEP. Okay. Yeah, RCEP is very important. I've met with a number of prospective investors. One of the first questions they ask is, when are we going to be part of RCEP? Because most of the investors coming to the Philippines are not, are of course looking at the domestic market, but they're here to really serve export markets, the bigger potential. We are supportive of RCEP. The current administration supports RCEP. And we are going to work on the Senate to get this ratified as soon as the budget process is over.
Okay. Well, at the risk of asking perhaps a bit of a thorny question, have you gotten any sense from the Senate as to what their misgivings may be about it that's delayed it for so long? Because we at the Manila Times have repeatedly called for its passage, and we strongly believe that needs to be done soonest.
Yeah, we are aware of the sources of their discomfort, and we just keep on, maybe elaborating further that there is no cause for concern.
Well, let's hope not. Okay, I had the next question I had for you. In your presentation, you talked about regional industrialization. Have you reached a point yet where you've identified regions and specialties that would go along with those regions that they can start working on?
Yeah, I'm going to Bicol tomorrow and spend 2 days there. One example there is abaca. Abaca is a very important raw material, but we're not fully exploring or exploiting the value that abaca could have. So that could start, some industry. It's been there, even before we were born, but not much work has been done to extract the value out of abaca. Then they have pili, they have coconut. There's one factory I'm going to visit, the ceramics industry in Albay, and I'm handing a check to them for a few million pesos, from DTI, so they can improve their process. That's just one example. Coffee, for example, is a well-loved drink in the Philippines. I already had 3 cups of coffee today. And I don't know whether you're aware, the Philippines is able to supply only 10% of its coffee consumption. So there is a lot of room for improving the production, and then after that, the processing of coffee. And you can target certain regions that are good for coffee growing, and that could be the place also for processing coffee. So we're trying to develop what we may call industry clusters, like a coffee cluster, cacao cluster for chocolate, and then coconut cluster, bamboo cluster, etc. And then let's not forget that our land area is only half of our water area within our territory. So we have, I don't know, it's not in our consciousness that our country, the Philippines, is an archipelagic country, with substantial, significant, huge marine resources. And we have not exploited that resource.
Okay, now I'm going to I have a question for both of you, and Ed knows I'm going to bring this up. So, in both of your talks and in things that have been said, in the recent past, you've stressed the importance of working with other parts of the government. You're not going to be able to fully do what you want to do if you don't have some cooperation. So let me ask you this, and it's for DTI and Department of Tourism specifically. Now, I live a few minutes walk from Mega Mall, and about once a week, I think just about on a weekly basis, there is an exhibit in Mega Mall, in the big hall on the top floor, of local craftsmen, little food producers, you name it, small MSME businesses from different parts of the country. So this past week it was Region 5. Those things are beautiful. Those are organized by the DTI regional offices. They're great. I mean, they're putting the best foot forward of all the different parts of the country. We go in there, we have a good time looking around, spend a bunch of money, and it seems to me that is a beautiful tourist draw, particularly for foreign visitors, because they get to see the best of an entire part of the country, an entire region of the country, all in one place. So can DTI and Department of Tourism get together on that, and market that? It would be to your mutual benefit, and it would be great for the visitors. And the reason I ask is because DTI, of course, his whole thing set up, they're there. I don't see anything about the Department of Tourism when I go there, and I think that's a big lack, because if I've lived here for 18 years, so I'm kind of used to it, and I still get excited to see these things. And if I was a new visitor to the Philippines, this would be fantastic. Yeah, and I think there's one way that you could work together easily without inventing anything new.
Yep.
And it would be a benefit to everyone.
DOT is putting up what they call visitor centers. What do you call them? Tourist centers.
The tourist rest areas will have a facility center.
That could be
and
a
all
venue
those
for
regions.
these
Yes.
types of merchandising.
Yes, and to add to that, the DOT Region 5 was actually there in that fair. Maybe I have to have a word with the regional director since they're not very noticeable.
Not to get anybody in trouble, but perhaps you should, because the DTI people were right there near the door, and they had some literature and were ready to answer questions. Sorry to say, I didn't see anybody from tourism.
Yes, but we are moving forward. We have focused on those things, and that is why we have started breaking ground on the tourist rest areas. We promised to break ground 10 tourist areas across the Philippines this year. We've just recently broken ground on 4, which is 1 in Manolo, Fortich, and Bukidnon, 2 in Cebu, 2 towns in Cebu, and 1 in Samal Island and Davao. And there are 6 more to be broken ground in Ilocos Norte, Palawan, Baguio, and so on. And I also want to point out that in the tourism circuits program that we are currently updating and upgrading, we intend to make sure that the heritage and cultural hubs and caravans will also be highlighted in those. And the purpose of this is really to also encourage international visitors and even local tourists to spend more time in the region, to go around, to get out of the beach, and also look around on the different churches that are there, lesser known tourist destinations in smaller municipalities. And these are the things that we are currently in conversations with our local government units and also with DTI. So we're very hopeful. Baby steps, but we're there. We're rolling out programs as we speak.
Right.
Let me say something related to the question. I mentioned I'm going to Legazpi City tomorrow and spend 2 days there and outside as well, the Bicol region. One of the activities I will have is to meet the regional directors of the different departments. And I'd like to see how, whether they are working together, and if not, how we can bring them together and probably not duplicate each other's activities. We have regional inclusive innovation centers. I heard the OST also is putting up, the Department of Science and Technology is putting up their own regional innovation center. I will propose to them that so that we will not be in conflict, let's lodge this center in a selected university. And we will just provide support, to that university. Something like that. We need to get the working together at the level of the regions.
Yeah, great idea.
National is easy, We meet every week. I meet my colleagues in the other departments during cabinet meetings. We can easily, and we do, coordinate. But at the regional, where the action is taking place, we need to get them to work together.
Great idea, Secretary. In fact, I was going to ask, when you started, I wrote it down. If I heard it correctly, 1.77 million tourists. Can you elaborate on that, and what percent are you counting local there, or is that just foreign?
That is international tourist arrivals.
And we exceeded already the full year target for
Yes.
6 months?
Actually, pre-pandemic in 2019, we had like around 8 million tourist arrivals, and we're just at 1.7. But we are hopeful that it's a slow and steady recovery, especially since we have already opened up our borders. And October to December is essentially the peak months, really, of international arrivals. So that's good news for us.
That's great, you said, because I was going to ask you, what else can we do, or can the people here do to help you promote, or maybe is the low-hanging fruit the local tourism? And what can we do, or should we encourage all our staff to go on vacation and travel, or what are the things that can be done so that at least that can help you with your target?
Yes, you're right. Domestic tourism is really the low-hanging fruit because especially during the pandemic, that's what people have been doing. They've been traveling around the country. But even pre-pandemic, a lot of our Filipinos have actually been going around different regions and spending, and their domestic receipts are actually very, very high. And when the global health crisis came, I think we suffered an 82% drop in our visitor spending. And what we would like to do really, and we have already spoken with the President about this, is to consider bringing back the holiday economics maybe, so that there are more longer, long weekends. I know maybe some of the companies may have an opinion on this, but this is something that he is considering, just so we can also encourage many of our fellow Filipinos to have more experiences around the Philippines.
I think the President listened because we now have a 4-day holiday for October 30 to November 1, right? So
yes, that's right.
It's a four-day, which is great.
Okay, well, do either of you have any final comments that you'd like to make while you still have the floor here?
Ladies first.
Oh, ladies first. Well, I think that we have a very positive outlook for the Philippines, and Secretary Frasco, being a local chief executive, really wants to have more tangible projects that tourists can see, focus more on enhancing the overall tourist experience, and really to have more immersive tourist experiences and programs. And I think that this is something to watch out for. And yeah, she's very hardworking, and you can expect so much more from her. Thank you.
Well, in driving growth and development of our country, we are really relying on the private sector. The government is there just to provide support and create the enabling conditions. And I would really rely on the dynamism of our private citizens, our private companies, to drive the development of the economy and to introduce innovation. You will create all the conditions. We'll create innovation centers, but they have to come, they have to work and pursue innovation with us. We will provide those conditions, but the work has to be done by the private sector.
Okay, and on that note, Fort, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, thank you very much, DOT Undersecretary Pamintuan and DTI Secretary Pascual. May we ask you to remain on stage first, though, because there's a special presentation from our chairman and president for both of you. May I invite Ms. Blanca Calilo Mercado and Sir Kling to go on stage. Thank you, Ben Kritz and Ed Francisco, for being such game hosts. Meanwhile, people may have noted that certain forms were shared with you, and once you fill them out and hand them over to our reception, you can take the souvenirs home with you. They were originally supposed to be brought to your tables, but they're somewhat hefty, so I think it's more logistically proper to just take it at the reception tables. Thank you. So our chairman and CEO and our president and COO have prepared tokens of appreciation for the representatives of the government departments. Now, we hope this makes you feel in a simple yet sincere way our heartfelt gratitude for making our event even more meaningful. We also have tokens from J&T Express and from Narzo 5056 phones. Thank you very much also for the sponsorship. Again, on behalf of the Manila Times, we thank you for being keynote speakers during our 124th anniversary forum titled Next Era Begins, Philippines poised for growth. And of course, most of all, thank you for our select and very important guests for being with us today, being physically present with us today, and not just in spirit in the past several activities that we've had for the Manila Times. With that said, it's been my pleasure to be your host for today. My name is Defort Villaseran, TMT editor, and thank you. Have a great day ahead. The stage and the floor is now open for all the photo opportunities you'd wish to take.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Noong 2016, tinanggap natin ang hamon na baguhin ang tingin ng mga tao sa mga motorcycle taxis. At sa ating pagsisikap, nakabuo tayo ng isang matatag na komunidad na patuloy na lumalawak at lumalago hanggang sa ngayon. Higit sa lahat, nabigyan natin ng trabaho at oportunidad ang libo-libong motorcycle riders sa Pilipinas.
Malaki ang natulong sa akin ng hanap buhay na angkas. Wala naman akong sariling motorsiklo. Kabili ko yung pangarap kong motorsiklo. Tapos isa pa yung napagawa ko rin yung bahay ko.
Napakaganda ng serbisyo ni angkas. Gumita ako dito ng sapat na higit pa sa inaakala ko.
Kaya malaking tulong na po yung kagaya sa akin na meron kong binubuhay na 2 anak.
Nag-decide na ako na patigilin si Mrs. para makafocus doon sa mga bata. Kung gumanda na po yung kita namin. Sa habala, wala pang insurance yan.
Hindi naging madali ang daan. Lalo na sa umpisa.
You're going against 4136. Is angkas above the law?
May mga nagduda.
Private motorcycles shall not be used to solicit assent or to be used to transport passengers.
Bumatikos.
Very possible for them to be blacklisted on their violations on the guidelines.
At nakipagkompetensya.
Sabi po ng 2 participants,
pinipilit niyo yung pasahero sumakay sa mga ibang motorcycle taxi na hindi...
Gayunpaman, hindi tayo sumuko mula sa kalye,
dito tayo para sa karapatan nyo,
sa Kongreso at Senado hanggang sa Korte Suprema. Maging rally man yan o isang kantahan na selebrasyon, nagawa nating mamulat ang taong bayan sa ating adhikain at sa ating ipinaglalaban. Nagkaisa tayo para iparinig ang ating boses at ipaglaban ang ating kabuhayan at higit sa lahat, mabigyan ng dignidad ang ating propesyon. Sinamahan tayo ng ating mga kaibigan na celebrity, politiko, at iba pang mga personalidad mula sa iba't ibang larangan sa ating walang tigil na pagsusulong ng ating advokasya. At higit sa lahat, sinamahan tayo ng taong bayan, mga kapwa Pilipino na patuloy na nakikinabang sa ating serbisyo. Nagtagumpay tayo at ngayon, libo-libo na ang ating natulungan at nabigyan ng kakayang iahon ang kanilang buhay mula sa kahirapan. Marami na rin tayong nabigyan ng suporta sa gitna ng trahedya at sakuna. Nung sumabo ang taal, pumunta tayo para mag-abot ng ayuda. Nang mag-shutdown ng tren, pinauso natin ang libreng sakay sa mananakay. Napabuti rin natin ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan sa mga programa tulad ng Angkas Buhay at iba't ibang medical missions. Kahit nung nagsimula ng pandemic at lockdowns, todo ang ating suporta sa frontliners. Tumulong tayo sa pagsusulong ng health safety standards upang makabangon ng ekonomiya. Nagsagawa tayo ng iba't ibang programa sa bakuna para sa taong bayan. At naging tulay tayo para sa pagtutulungan kaugnay dito ng malalaking kumpanya sa pribadong sektor at ang pamahalaan. Naging mahirap man ang pinagdaanan, maganda pa rin ang naging bunga ng ating mga laban.
To recognize our awardees today, hats off to Angkas.
Malayo na ang narating natin at ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang ating misyon na mas lalong maihatid ang oportunidad ng Angkas sa milyon-milyong kababayan na nangangailangan nito. Our mission is to eradicate poverty by showing them a better way in life. The Angkas Way. Tuloy tayo sa pagbago at sa pag-angat ng ating buhay at magandang kinabukasan ng ating kapwa Pilipino. Angkas! Tara na!
This is our idea of a new world. Here, deals are made in the most unexpected places. Your bed is more than a set for dreams. The best conversations happen not around, but in an art piece. Proposals can be made 2,000 feet above or below sea level. All around you'll find spaces that will spark new ways of thinking. Because your stay with us is not about helping you to face the day, but letting you seize it in a fresh, imaginative, and connecting way. Discover your gateways and getaways, all in one name. New World Hotels and Resorts.
NOAA Business Applications Real Estate Management is an end-to-end digital transformation that includes complete workflows, forms, reporting requirements for land banking and land acquisition, project development management, sales performance management, online reservation, booking and contracting, billing and collection, customer relations management, loans documentation and processing, turnover, move-in, titling, leasing and rental management, and property management. For convenience interactions for stakeholders, it also includes portals for vendors and contractors, sellers, buyers, unit owners, tenants, and leasing officers. NOAA Business Applications implementation of the document control management and workflow management as technology supports to the digitalization of real estate management results to higher accountability, compliance, and operational efficiency. Data source is centralized, transaction processing is equipped with intensive validations and controls resulting to data accuracy and integrity. Departments are also empowered to respond to their respective roles consistently and effectively with confidence.
NOAA Business Applications, advancing the role of ERP.